All right, market is open. Market seems to be a little indecisive just off that first candle. We do have FOMC today, so that could explain some of that indecisiveness. Hopefully we can get some good opportunity here, but I also would not be surprised if we're a little choppy, a little indecisive until that news comes out later today. We do seem to be holding below these EMAs pretty well though. A little bit of momentum coming in. A little bounce off the overnight lows. ATR is still a little low overall. Only like a, what, 12 right now? So not a ton of volatility yet. See if that changes at all. Getting a little bit of a pullback now. Never mind. We're trying to take the lows here. See if we get like a close below the Well, there we go. I'm gonna say a little close below and then breakout or something like that. Kind of got it right here though. Nice candle there. A little bit more momentum and volatility on that one. Definitely looking pretty bearish now. Okay, a bit of a pullback. My goal right now would be probably wait for it to come back to this area here in the 640s. And then maybe continue lower. But we might hold up here at the 90 MA on the 1 minute, as well as the overnight low, continue lower. Would you be able to teach me this sometime? Not one-on-one, but you're definitely welcome to join the live streams and ask questions. All right, a lot of buyers coming in. Kind of undoing this whole move here. Thank you for the follow. Could you teach me this? Because I want to learn. Yeah, I can do my best to teach you a thing or two or show you what I'm doing. How you feeling about today? I don't know. I'm a little unsure of what we're gonna see just because we got FOMC later today. But I imagine we might still get some decent opportunities. I was kind of waiting for the second entry off this move short. But it looks like the first one actually would have worked out if I got in here, scaled in here, target down here somewhere. Kind of a short bias, just looking at the last like hour of the day. So this could be the second entry. But the market could be trying to switch up on. Right, I felt the bear market say because of the really good long setups. So that could have been the second entry. Might have just missed it. Also, the first one would have paid, so don't know if I want to force the second if I already paid some money. Looks like ES is about to take these highs as well. Well, that is first entry now because of Momo cancel. You're saying this would have been the first entry? Because I thought this one was already the first entry. Because it was kind of canceling out this momentum here.
Order filled.
Alright, let's try this. Target like 24. Yeah, waiting for the close may have been better confirmation. Definitely like waiting for the close, but then sometimes I feel like if I do that, I just kind of miss the move, and then tech gets mad at me. Just kidding. Buyers do still seem a little strong here. But we'll see if we can kind of get through that 1 EMA. Then we should be chilling. Yeah, not the best close.
Stop filled.
Well, there she goes. Looks like we're just holding the one pretty strong right now. Looks like ES is a little more bullish than NQ. Starting to hold above these EMAs pretty well. NQ still holding below. Looks kind of like it wants to drop, but it's just not. Well, there's a little drop. A little something. Might just need to wait a little bit for us to kind of have a better defined trend direction. Ilenes, thank you for the follow. Looks like we're losing that overnight low level. Could be about time we take the lows. Definitely not the prettiest price action today. Might try another trade at some point. But like I said earlier, FOMC is later today. So might not force anything too crazy. Definitely might expect a little bit of chop. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised if we just chop kind of between this overnight low and some of these EMAs. But this also could be second entry off a zone here. Might not be bad, but it's definitely not the best. Long setup, got to fight through 1 hour, 2 hour EMAs. Ooh, I see. Looks like we're kind of just chilling at the EMA on ES. Looks like NASDAQ, the EMA is up at 660. So up here. 1 2-hour pennant breakout could bring in momentum. Okay. Definitely don't have a lot of it right now. We also have ES looking mostly kind of bullish. And NQ feeling more bearish. That could change here. Yeah, ATR's kind of back down to where it normally is. Charts in the cord. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine as soon as we take out like maybe like the 70 area on NQ, similar area on ES. Actually, we're kind of already there on ES, but maybe it's a different level. But yeah, it definitely could be some nice momentum to the upside. They do love to chop the market, especially with big news coming out later. I say hold longs until a reason to sell. Okay, okay. Time is news. That's definitely a good reason to sell. Unless you somehow think that FOMC is gonna go up, but I'm not trying to gamble that. Oh, what time is news? FOMC is at, was it 2 o'clock Eastern? I think, like, yeah, 12 o'clock my time. There's the federal funds rates, FOMC economic projections, FOMC statements, and then at 2:30, FOMC press conference. Oh yeah, we got plenty of time. If we are going to run. That's why there's always the fear though that we might just chop until then. But if there's a trade to be made, might as well try and take it. Yeah, we'll see what the market gives us today. So far, not a ton. The 5-minute chart is also quite ugly, at least on NQ. ES isn't too pretty either. But the wicks on NQ are nasty. And not in a good kind of nasty. Starting to get a little tight here. I get the pennant breakout though here soon. Running out of room. Could be kind of trying something here. We'll see. Yeah, I'm kind of tempted to. If we get back up here, I probably will. Gonna go with the pennant breakout as well as just getting above the 15. Just couldn't quite close. Couldn't quite close above there. I know, the sus stuff. Definitely on the table. They always love to do that. Because this is a 2-hour pennant. The expected move is multiple hours. Dang, well, I might not have multiple hours.
Order filled.
But I might have time for a TP. Or maybe more than TP. We'll see. That's if moment doesn't increase as a baseline. Gotcha, gotcha. So in a trade like this, if you were to scale, why would you scale in since we're already above all the EMAs here? Penalty full size, the breaker full size, the EMA expected to carry the move. Okay, okay. Well, I think this is the right idea here. But we might get chopped up in the process. We'll see though, we'll see.
Stop filled.
Guess we're not ready yet. Not ready for the long. Just can't seem to really get above the 15. Yeah, I'm guessing the... What is it? ES? I'm guessing ES will probably have a better move off that pennant. At least on like the 2 hour. I was expecting a little bit more off this kind of 5 minute pennant we got going on here on NQ. But yeah, we're still kind of holding a little bit of the bearish bias on NQ. You look at the 15 minute, we're still holding below that 15 EMA pretty religiously. Even the 5 minute, we've only had like one candle close above it in the past little while. But yes, it's kind of the opposite. It's kind of being supported by the EMAs. It's even being supported by the 1 hour still, technically, where NQ is kind of below the 1 hour still. So, might have been a better move on ES. We'll see. Like, I probably just got stopped out though by like the market makers, of course. And we'll probably break through the EMAs right now. Calling it. I mean, the same thing happened here. We got stopped out. Just barely. And then we had to move down that we were expecting. This is really slow. Incredibly slow. That's how yesterday was. I don't think you were here yesterday. You probably still like watched the charts, but like it wasn't the worst price action. It wasn't the best though. But it was just like so slow. Yeah, market's so choppy. It's definitely waiting for FOMC, I'd imagine. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have expected much of a breakout with FOMC on the way. Get the green. Hopefully, we're working on it. FOMC today, yeah. Might be a little hard to get the best opportunities. Just with the market being a little indecisive, a little choppy in the anticipation of FOMC. Took one trade last night, almost blew the account. Jeez. But ended up a 550. That's a good turn of events right there. But still a little scary. $94 from blowing. Dang, that's some... That's some luck right there. Or just like a really good stop loss. Or not stop loss. Obviously, that's just your account limit. So yeah, I probably got a little lucky there. 2 minis on Q. Jeez, that's a hefty risk right there. I would have lost like $900 on both these trades if I was trading 2 minis. Yeah, I don't blame you. I might low-key kind of stay away too. I hate to just like, accept the losses. But I mean, the fact that 2 losses is only like, you know, negative 200 almost. It's not too bad. I mean, just like yesterday, I had 2 losses and kind of earlier when we were chopping, and then made it back in 1 trade. So maybe we'll get lucky. That'll happen again today. But also, I wouldn't be too upset if we just kind of take the L and wait for a better day. Ooh, thank you for the roses. Appreciate it. Shorts here. It does look like we could be switching up the trend on ES. And Q kind of still just chopping this range though. It's very interesting like how different they've been kind of today. Yeah, it looks like we might get some shorts here. This might actually be like the break of the panic kind of to the downside. And if we pick up the short momentum here, might wait for like a retest or something for an entry. That's a good call out though. Yeah, I should have just trusted my gut today. Because I had a short bias. But I've been second guessing it just looking at ES. But if I just kind of kept my short bias on NQ, I probably would have been fine. Maybe would have taken this loss still. But then maybe could have re-entered up here. Got a good trade. Or waited for a trade up here, which might have been decent. I don't know. The weakness was a reason to sell. Yeah, definitely a lot of weakness kind of in this area. Even more on ES. If we lose this 570 level, we could be dumping pretty hard. On the 1 hour chart, we have like 3 or 4 lows all at the same level. So we definitely could hold here again. But if we lose this, we might be kind of toast. But yeah, that was a really good short. Maybe we won't be chopping all day after all. It was a good setup long on ES, TBH, it just didn't have Steam. Yeah, it's probably a little bit to do with NQ. Because it kind of made sense on NQ a little bit, like I said, with this 5-minute pennant. Kind of break out, hold above the 15. Thought we'd get a little bit more of a move up. And then obviously with ES supporting the idea of going long, kind of made sense. But yeah, and NQ just kind of religiously held below the EMAs. And then once ES started to show some weakness, I think that's what gave NQ permission to dump. And then ES just kind of went with it as well. Looks like ES is still a little bit behind NQ. NQ took out the low of the day here, just barely by a little wick. It looks like ES is still a little bit of a ways away here. Little pullback here. Dang, it's almost 11 a.m. already. Jeez. Where did the time go? Kind of tempted to try the 5 here. I would do the 15, but if we get up to the 15, we'll kind of cancel out a lot of the momentum anyways. The 5 might not be bad. Kind of continue this move down. I would like to see the 15-minute close a little bit more bearish though. We have like a minute and a half till the 15-minute candle closes. And so far we have yet to really close anywhere outside like the open. It's more of a V on ES. NQ is short heavy. I know, I feel like it'd be dumb not to take the shorts on NQ, but then ES is kind of making me second guess it, which you hate to see it, but I can't just ignore ES either. I was thinking about taking this, but the 15-minute closes in like 10 seconds. Well, 5 seconds now. Dang. I just kind of wanted to wait for that to kind of close. But yeah, I mean, that would have been kind of the move there. You just would have had to be pretty aggressive there with the entry. But now waiting for the 15 might also be a fine thing to do if we do get back up there. Since we had a decent close on the 15-minute chart for the bears. Little long might be good. Could be. We did make a little, what do you call it? Doji candle in the 5-minute. Yeah, definitely could pull back a little bit more from all the selling. We're also kind of still in the middle of this bear flag that could play out, but it does seem kind of weak here. So it would have been a little decent long there. Yes, sir, there it is. Back up to 10. Possibly, yeah, we'll... Oh no, yeah, we're basically there. That might be worth trying to take this short off the 15, I don't know. Do have a bit of buyers here. We're at the 5 though, so we'll see how we kind of react here. Yeah, we do have the overnight low.
Order filled.
The overnight low is right here, right there. That's the blue line. Not the best entry though. That's a little unfortunate. Probably should have waited just a second, get a better entry kind of in here somewhere. But also looks like we have a lot of buyers now. Nice. Well, this today might not be my day. Should have kind of expected that though with FOMC and stuff. Not to make too many excuses because I think a little bit unlucky, but also just not seeing it correctly. Don't trust the gaps lately. Yeah, V shapes. Exactly. See, if I was a little more patient, this would have been probably the actual entry, which would have been a little bit better. So let's see if it still plays out here, or if the buyers just hold up and still stop me out. Looks like they might. Yeah, the gaps haven't really been holding up too well. We've been holding below the 15 like all day though, so hopefully we do that here. Make a decent move down. The target might be just a little lower, like 29. And then if we get down here, might try and scale in.
Order filled.
Well, there we go. Let's see if it hits or not. Should be kind of the idea. Staying real close there, kind of bouncing. Yeah, the inverse V, literally. Which is kind of good for this trade, but staying real close there. Just need a little push further. Take these lows out.
Target filled.
There we go. Happy FOMC day indeed. Not the best entry there, not gonna lie. I could have had much better entry, which would have made the TP a little bit better as well. But we'll take it. Good trade, good scaling. $273, only risking like 92, 94, something like that. Call that a banger trade right there. Had me stressing a little bit up here though. The way this green candle closed up here, I was like, shoot, I'm toast. But we held the 15, got below the 5. I mean, this could have, again, this would have been the better entry, like right here, then do the same thing, but still worked out. If it holds, then 65.70 is the play. Looks like we got down to 70.65, so definitely could have targeted probably a bit more there with some of the momentum picking up. But I don't mind taking TP on that. Don't know if I really trust the market today. It's been a little choppy, a little hard to read. Shout out EMA Strat. Yeah, this was a good one, wasn't it? Made some money on that one. $25 PPS cut, gonna skyrocket the market or not? I don't know. Possibly. Oh, my mouse is blinking. That means it's almost dead. It should be fine though. Usually when it starts blinking, that means I have like 20% left. So I probably still have a couple hours of use. We're chilling. I use it quite often for entries. Same. Sergio, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Don't give back the green. Or don't give the green back. That's some very solid advice. I would say. I was probably about to say something similar along the lines of I might be just about done with my trading on the day. 2 losses, nice win, made back the losses plus some extra. It says 273, but I think I made like 300 on that trade with like the scaling. Maybe I did just make 273, but I was down like almost 200. Now I'm up like over 100. So it's not a lot of green, but it's green. And with FOMC coming up and 11 o'clock as well coming up, we don't want to give that back. You know what I'm saying? I might take like a sim trade or something. We'll see though. Yeah, maybe watch the chart over here. Also, I need to change this one. I need to add like the EMAs over here. Indicators. There we go. Risk 112 for sure. I risked that $112 and hold. Use trailing stop loss set by above 25,600. Okay. Good luck. It's a nice kind of bear flag here off the bottom of the 15-minute opening range. Low. So it might be just kind of going lower today. We'll see though. At least on NQ. ES still is not taking out the previous lows here or here. So definitely a little weird today just with ES compared to NQ. Which again explains why I was a little hesitant for some of these shorts, except the first one that got unlucky with the stop. Not the best entry, that kind of thing. Just tune in. What we looking for? Shorts? I'd say so, with the direction we're moving. Kind of hard not to. We just got a really nice short here. Make back some losses and stuff. Pretty solid. Yeah, it seems like we're holding up the EMAs to keep going lower. We just got below the 15-minute opening range low as well. Another pretty solid reason to be bearish. Definitely good downtrend right now on NQ. But yes, still kind of falling behind a little bit, a little weak. Which definitely isn't the best for like the bias on NQ. But it looks like the shorts are still paying pretty well here. If shorts, then what's the TP target? Depends on the strategy, like what strategy you're kind of running. But if I were to get in short, I'd probably wait for it to pull back to this zone right here. Or one of these EMAs. This is the 5-minute 9 EMA. This is the 15. And that'd probably just target 30 points on NQ. Or maybe like... You could probably get away with holding the 1 EMA for TP. Like if I would have done that on this trade, I'd still be in it actually. I'd be up like 600 bucks or more. But I think today like 30 points is a pretty solid TP. Unless you are trying to like hold for larger move, in which case you could wait for the RSI to dip below 30. Or kind of wait for us to get back above the 1 EMA. But if you're looking for like key levels for like a TP, you'd probably be looking for like an hourly low or something. Which could be like 488, 490 area. That wasn't a flag. This? Oh, this was a flag, I'd say. But didn't take it, obviously. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but after making back a couple losses, being up $100, going into 11 o'clock, kind of just playing it safe, being happy with a little green. Oh, I take the flag. Yeah, I mean, it definitely worked out really nicely. We definitely are getting some good continuation right now. I haven't been trusting the continuation quite as much today. Because, I mean, this flag previously, maybe we weren't quite ready for the continuation. We did kind of bounce off the lows there. But it didn't really work out. This one definitely would have been a bit better. Continue below the EMA. This candle would have had a nice break to it. It's kind of another one right here as well. Don't know if they're... Again, don't know if I'm going to take any more trades today. Just going into 11 o'clock with FOMC coming up in the next couple hours. So that's kind of like my personal... personal plan, I guess. You trade flags to like 12 p.m. It actually align with your trade plan. Yeah, I'd say it typically kind of is. I am adapting a little bit to trading less after 11. But also, it's also like another thing just with like kind of my risk management as well. Like typically if I'm like red a couple trades and then I win a couple trades and kind of get back above red to like break even or in the green, I'm not trying to force any more trades. Oh heck nah. Are you saying that to what I said or to this crazy green candle right here? Can't have the EMA influencing your bread and butter. That's true. But also, what am I trying to say? Because I'm trying to kind of give the EMA strat a little bit more credibility, or just like, nah, don't feel guilty. Don't feel guilty. I'm just trying to focus on a little bit more and give it like a fair chance. And sometimes if I'm more focused on something else, I can't fully commit to it, which was kind of my problem before. But so I've been taking less flags. Like I haven't really taken as many in the last like week or two for that reason. So not your fault at all. I'm kind of just more giving this more of a chance, see how it works. And I'm liking it better. Maybe not like better, but like I'm liking the scaling and just the things which I know I could apply to the flags. You could say I have some commitment issues. That's why I'm trying to be a little bit more committed to give it a fair chance, because it could be something I start to do a little bit more as my main strategy if I can really dial it in and like be more consistent with it. Because yeah, first two trades you could argue I just messed up, maybe got unlucky. Either way though, the fact that I can have like 2 or 3 losses and almost make them back with one trade, I like that. And obviously if I get like a good trade like this in the beginning of the day, then I'm up like $300-400, only risking like 90. Because I've been trading 1-to-1 so long, and like it is kind of my bread and butter, but it really is like what am I trying to say? I don't know. Main strat, that wasn't the plan. It is nice strat though. Yeah, no, I mean I'm liking it. It's kind of working, and that's why I'm kind of like forward testing it. Give it a fair chance with the risk and everything. Cause yeah, like I was saying, like 1-to-1 RR on some of these trades, it works. I mean, but it definitely, it's a little more particular, or like, yeah, I think that's the right word, particular. You know, if you make mistakes or if you, anything like that, it's very easy to end up more in the red than you would probably like to be. Also, technically, I think I've only really been trading the flags with the EMA kind of since June or July. And they've been nice. But still not, they haven't performed quite as well as my original strategy. So technically my real bread and butter is how I was trading last year. But like I said, the problem with that is even like today's obviously not the best day price action wise. But like there's no entry for my original trade on today's setup or price action. Just no entries. That's kind of the problem why I've kind of changed a little bit, because like there just like isn't a lot of entries, and when we do get them, they just haven't been quite as consistent. But I might have to go back to it. We'll see. Since it was what got me payouts last year. Unfortunately, you're probably not going to like my old setup because it was kind of ICT-ish, even though I never watched a single ICT video. it's kind of based off some of those principles mixed with just like what I saw in the market and what worked. Let's show you an example because that's like the easiest way to explain it. But again, we haven't really gotten any sort of setups today. And if I scroll too far back, I don't know if I'm looking, like even yesterday there was no entries. But I did use some fair value gaps. It could be a time frame issue. Because that's like where it's kind of tricky, because I always did it on the 1 minute and that's what worked. So I could look at the 2 or 3 minute, but the idea was I don't know, as far as being consistent, if I'm taking like, unless I always take like 1 minute, 2 minute, and 3 minute trades, just as like an example, it can just lead to like inconsistent results if you like sometimes take a 2 minute, sometimes don't. At the time, I just wasn't like wanting to really, well, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to say, but even those time frames, not seeing the most entries. But it could be a time frame issue in the sense that like we've just been seeing a lot more V action in the last year, which we've talked about before on stream. I know Bet On It guy, he's kind of pointed that out, just like all the V's recently, or just in general. Obviously not ideal for trading in general. Seriously, all these V's, it ain't Valentine's. Like, we still got like a couple months till Valentine's Day. Come on. But yeah, a lot of V's. And typically, I'll try to explain it here, because we kind of have a setup kind of here. But again, it's kind of ICT-ish. Basically, the idea is it's kind of reversal, but also it can be used as like a continuation as well, depending on like the bias of the market, or like your bias of the market. But basically, if we take out like a significant low as an example, call it liquidity or whatever you want, right? Like we'll say we took out this low, but also we took out like these kind of main lows from earlier today. But like this leg, we sweep these lows, and then we come back up, we take out this high, right? Actually, I'll move that there. Yeah, basically, the idea is we like sweep this level, and then we make kind of a higher low, and we get like that pullback into like a fair value gap like this, or I'm sure you could use like the EMA as well for something like this. But then, you know, you wait for kind of a rejection out of this area. I typically wait for like a 1 minute close above it with like a wick inside of it. And then we make a move like this. The problem is in the last year, I mean, just like this, it's like we don't get a single pullback like on this entire move. And once we get the pullback, the move is basically over. So normally my entry would probably be in here somewhere. Like, I don't know if this candle came in here, closed out, maybe I enter here, right? Stop would be below the swing low. So that's another problem, is like this 71 down to 27. It's a lot. It's a bit of risk. I mean, you're risking like 40, 50 points. Because last year, on most of these trades, I was risking like 20, 30 points with the occasional 40, 50 point risk. But this last year, you're risking like 50 points on average with these trades. But obviously I just need to like size down and trade some micros probably. Try to start with the 1 minute EMA as a pullback. Honestly, it could be still pretty valid, yeah. Kind of wait for us to take these highs and then get in kind of the same area off the 1 EMA instead of like the fair value gaps. Because yeah, like that kind of stuff, I'm not too picky about it. The idea is take the highs out, switch to an uptrend reversal, and then use something as support to kind of validate the move. So maybe I would have waited for that close of this 1 minute candle above after reacting off the 1 minute EMA. So like this would have been the entry. But yes, stop below the low. It's a bit of risk unless you size down. And I would target kind of 1-to-1. So if that's like 80 down to 20, let's say like 60 points. So TP about here somewhere. Or I align my TP with like other highs and lows, which this one kind of lines up anyways. So I'd probably target here, maybe drag it down to like here just to line up with this little pullback here. So that would have been like the TP, somewhere around there. So this technically is kind of the trade, except we just didn't get the pullback that we really would have liked to see here. What time into the day do you take these trades? Typically between like the open and then like 12 o'clock. Like 2.5, 3 hours of the morning off the open. 100% nay. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Jeez, I can't speak sometimes. But yeah, typical just kind of like wait for the open. Wait a couple minutes before taking any trades. But, you know, kind of wait for us to kind of take out one of these levels, like up here even. And then get like 12 EST. Yeah. So yeah, for me, 7:30 to like 10:30. Sometimes 11, but that was kind of pushing it because that's like 1 p.m. Eastern. Because yeah, even this could have paid if we had the sweep and then we had like a little higher low, something like this. And then we pulled back into here and then got the move down. Ooh, throat's a little dry. But yeah, typically something like this could have also been like the entry, but the problem is, like I said, not a lot of pullbacks, not a lot of like higher lows and lower highs. We kind of had the setup here actually. Right, we had this sweep and we had this move up, higher low, broke the high. The problem is we didn't have like any good reaction here off the fair value gaps or the EMA. So obviously wouldn't have really taken that trade. Show you the recent one again. Yeah, this one might have low-key lined up with the RSI. Kind of at the lows there. I think I tried to kind of use the RSI as an extra confluence for my strategy last year. I just never like really found a way to like, I don't know. I might have just been using it the wrong way because I was kind of using it to try and like figure out what trades not to take because obviously not every trade wins. But I did try and use the RSI to kind of validate or invalidate certain trades. I also use the cumulative delta as a confluence. Sam, thank you for the follow. Which I think you said you're not super aware of, but I think it's kind of similar to RSI. It's just more based off of volume. Because basically the volume of buyers versus sellers. And basically, I kind of would try using it similar to how I use like delta. But like on this example, might need to like zoom in here a little bit. Basically, if we took out this previous high right here, like we did, but we didn't take that high out on like the RSI, which I think we did, so it's fine. That'd be like a kind of a divergence almost. Kind of like if ES fails to take the high, when NQ does take the high, I'd be a little hesitant to take this long because the buyers are a little bit weaker than they appear to be, if that makes sense. But yeah, that's how I use like the delta though, or how I did use delta when I did that strategy. I think the RSI divergence can be a thing as well that's used. But yeah, I don't know if that really helped validate or invalidate too many trades, so I ended up not really using it. And I think I also tried to do it just like the kind of typical like, oh, we're oversold, so therefore I try and look for my setup. But I definitely didn't use it quite as much as like delta or even just watching like ES. But yeah, this could almost be like another setup of sorts. I don't know if we took out like I know we took out a pretty good like 5-minute level here. I feel like I tried the 70-30 more or less. But I think we might have just had like, I don't know. I think last year when it was working, we just were maybe a little bit more trendy. So maybe the RSI wasn't working as well. But we'd still catch like 1 or 2 good reversals around like 8 or 9 o'clock, typically my time. So like 10, 11 Eastern is usually when we get like a pretty consistent reversal in the day. Which you could say we just got today as well, right? We hit the top of the hour, 11 o'clock Eastern, get the reversal, and then we go to the highs or whatever. But it probably did line up with RSI. Like I can't imagine it didn't. So maybe I didn't use it that way. I don't know. Definitely have to be kind of watching it. But also, as far as time frame, you mentioned the time frame being an issue earlier. I remember dropping down to the 30-second one day. Oh, not 30-minute. 30-second. Yeah, I remember because we were talking about the V's with Bet on a guy because he was like, I hate the V's and everything. Basically, if you drop down to the 30-second chart, a lot of the V's actually have like a little bit of like price action, right? I mean, this is still a V. Not much you can do about that. But now this move all of a sudden becomes kind of a thing, right? You have the high here, take out this low here, pull back into this area, the EMA as well as the fair value gap, enter here somewhere, and then risk up here, and then target like these lows maybe. Something like that. It didn't quite peak on the RSI, but we were above like the 60 on like the 30-second chart. But that's the thing, like a low key, like I just have to switch to the 30-second because this V on the 30-second actually kind of makes sense. And that would have been kind of a decent trade. This is still kind of choppy. So you couldn't have really traded this too well. Right, it's basically like you look for it to kind of sweep kind of a key level, whether that's like a more like a higher time frame high, like on the 5 or 15 minute. And then you look for, yeah, basically they call it like a market structure shift. I know it's kind of like an ICT term, or they use it a lot, even though it's probably just a general trading term. But yeah, basically look for kind of that trend switch in the opposite direction, and then like a pullback and a validation confirmation, and then make the move. But yeah, even this would have kind of been a trade on the 30-second. You kind of sweep this, take out this high, and then you kind of pull back into this area, either right here or right here, and then stop at the low. And then somewhere here you would have gotten your 1-to-1. And then this is the trade that would have worked on the 1 minute if it had like a little bit more of a pullback. And I still didn't have the best pullback on the 30-second, but somewhere in here you might have been able to validate an entry. Maybe. Maybe not. But yeah, I'm definitely going to keep an eye on the RSI and how it affects it. Because yeah, that's the only reason like I'd go back to it, is like I got payouts doing it. But yeah, it just stopped working like long enough that I kind of decided like, okay, well, if I'm going to keep trading and get paid, I have to kind of switch something up. But yeah, keep an eye on the RSI probably. I imagine would help it a lot. Because yeah, if you're like looking here, I was going to say this isn't exactly like the spot you want to be selling at, because you know, you're kind of shopping, but also like the RSI is here. Because I guess technically this is a little bit over analyzing, but yeah, it's like you have this high, take out the low, pull back here. That would have validated this dump, technically. Even though it's not like quite like a key level of whatever. Target should be top of the V. I think I usually would kind of do that. I'm trying to remember. I think sometimes I did. I think the problem... Again, this is another problem with the strategy. Because it did work. But obviously got my habit of going break even. And typically I'd go break even once I had a decent amount of profit, or I like trail my stop, lock in some profit. But yeah, we just never quite, I mean, we would obviously, but yeah, hitting like the top of the V, like that's a great target, good RR or better RR, but the chance of doing that before like pulling back or kind of chopping a little bit didn't always work out. Yeah, the risk is a bit massive, especially on like a mini. Because yeah, the idea, obviously give it some room to breathe, and usually like my win rate was pretty good. That I just didn't always take advantage of my profits the best. So I think like you're saying, I think the problem was kind of the RR, because it was like 1-to-1. But again, if like this was the entry and maybe a little lower, it's a lot of risk. And then yeah, 1-to-1 probably would be about at those highs of the V. Right. It's very easy to kind of be desperate to keep the profits, whether it's like a break even because you don't want to lose, or just like you're scaling, not scaling, but you're trailing too tight. So it kind of skews the RR to negative, even though technically it's 1-to-1. Because I had like a 80% win rate. But yeah, the problem was I would hit TP. And when I was popping off, I was hitting TP like literally like 5 days in a row. But yeah, that might have been the problem, is the market just kind of started chopping a little bit more. Maybe it was like, yeah, like you said, aligning with RSI moves, get chopped up a little bit, which would either stop me out with a little bit of profit instead of full profit, or break even. So still had like a good win rate, but just wasn't locking in as many profit as I was locking in before, when the market was just moving more cleanly. It's like on a trade like this, if this was an entry, I mean, this is clean. Like, I could move my stop to break even as soon as we get like above the 5-minute EMA, and we would have been fine. Now that's another thing. You'll probably laugh when you hear this, but I was pretty aggressive with the break evens. I moved to break even as soon as I was up like 10 points. I did do like 15, 20 points sometime based off the ATR. But basically it's like if I was up like $200, it's like I just go break even, and I either like take the break even or I hit my target. Maybe trail, but sometimes I wouldn't trail. Except I did trail a little bit with Apex because of the drawdown, the trailing drawdown. So I kind of had to trail a little bit just so I didn't have too much drawdown from like the intraday, whatever. It's like DCA with one entry. Oh, sorry. The high win rate makes sense too because you have such a wide risk. You give the trade room to move. Right, right. Yeah, high win rate, just needed to kind of maximize profits a little bit better. But yeah, sometimes just didn't want to let it run to the highs or like run like a 2R, because I think a lot of people who trade similarly would go for like a 2 to 4R, because they'd kind of be like, oh yeah, this setup, this reversal setup, it's going all the way to the moon. And I mean, I guess I didn't have that big of an ego on the trades. But yeah, low-key, going down to the 30-second might be not a bad idea. The only problem is I might get a little bit more entries that aren't as quality, just because like there is a little bit more noise. But the fact that like you might actually get an entry like here or here might be kind of nice. Too high RR is bad for trading, good for TikTok. Exactly. Exactly. I didn't fall for that. I kept my R. I was like, I'm gonna be like, sorry, I can't speak. I did not want to be greedy, so I just went for 1-to-1. Because that's kind of how, again, it was kind of based off ICT, but like, I was basically like on TradingView, and I was kind of seeing like these entries that like, I was like, oh, like it kind of makes sense. And basically I just measure it like kind of down to the lows. It's like, okay, that's like 30 points. And like the amount of times that like it would basically like go up the same amount that you were risking, kind of that 1-to-1, like the ratio. There's actually be a lot. Grab this short. Like off the, what kind of short are we looking at? Like, we kind of peaked on our side a little bit ago. We're not quite below the EMAs, at least on NQ. Okay, same level it would have been at if taking the chop. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I might try like a practice on the chop strat. Let's see. Actually, no, don't take it. I mean, we definitely kind of chopping. I am kind of in conversation mode, but I could throw it on like the practice.
Order filled.
See what happens. Yeah, we'll keep the risk kind of like typical. 12.5 points. God, just above like the highs. Kind of makes sense anyways. And then we'll just target like the RSI low. We'll just leave this down here for now. Like I said, if I exit this, it removes the stop loss too. So I kind of have to just put it somewhere. But yeah, basically just like a lot of back testing, looking at the markets. Like this chart has the fair value gaps, but anyways, just like looking at the markets, seeing kind of the setup of like we go low and then we break the low, break the high, right? We reject out of the fair value gap, we enter, and usually just like between the risk down to here, it usually made an equal move up more often than not. Obviously going for like 2 hours is a little bit risky. And that's where I was like, I'm not going to be greedy. I'm just going to grab the profits at 1-to-1. And so like I said, I kind of made a pretty quick break even after like 10 points in profit, which obviously sometimes did not benefit me, but sometimes it did save me. So like, it's kind of, I don't know, damned if you do, damned if you don't type of thing. But obviously it does. I don't know. I think sometimes I did experiment with like not doing break even, just like letting the trade run. Let's see. IDK if you can handle the 30-second though. Yeah, that might be a little too quick and too much noise. From what I've seen, you don't juggle things well. I'd like to think that I do, but yeah, it definitely is hard with trading, because I was doing that a bit over like this summer, and like it didn't technically work out the best, but like I feel like I didn't do bad, but it is hard to kind of. It'd be like if I was trading like the chop strat and the EMA strat, but kind of independently. It is kind of hard to like juggle between the two and really like, I don't know, manage both of them. And then sometimes like it is like you see like one thing like the RSI or like whatever the other trade might be, and it almost like scares you away from like one trade. But then sometimes it like motivates you to make a trade, and then like it just doesn't kind of add up with your original strategy and bias. Right, they work when the other one doesn't. Exactly. They do complement each other pretty well. It's not the best example, but just like an example of kind of two different ideas that kind of clash sometimes. But it seemed like a good idea at the time, because like I was like, oh, if I just have one of my accounts that I trade this strategy and another one where I trade this one, then they kind of can hedge against each other. And I can kind of take advantage of both strategies being good strategies. But yeah, sometimes it is hard to like juggle and balance both of them. So yeah, I was doing that on stream. Like I had this chart here. I was taking like the EMAs, bull flags, bear flags. Over here, I was taking like 5-minute trades that were a little bit differently. You can't see it on TikTok, but yeah, on YouTube, I got 5-minute open up as well. Taking some other trades over there. And it was it was working, got funded and stuff, but yeah, hard to balance. But yeah, I say do half that risk, aim for the V for TP. Honestly, might be something worth like back testing or even just forward testing, keep an eye on. Any pullback more than 50% is disqualified from higher lows. Interesting. Because yeah, that's something that like maybe is a little bit of like, again, new to trading, watched a lot of videos. But trying to think of like an example. Because yeah, in my mind, especially like being new and kind of learning things still, we weren't fully invalidated. Like let's say this, for example. Like we're not fully invalidated until we basically break the low. So that's why I put my stop below it. Because sometimes we did actually hold kind of near the low and then continue to move up. Or kind of like this, like if you could look at this as like a short, right? We kind of have like this move, like this move down, but then like you put your stop up here, you don't get stopped out here, and then you make the move down. So like sometimes it made sense and worked, but like that's not to say that like your idea of 50% also is not more valid, because yeah, if it is going more than 50% below the leg, is it really worth holding, right? Is this NQ? It is. Trail buy for entries. Then run a trail stop from your stop. Yeah, there might be. Yeah, visually it does make sense. And that's where it's like, okay, does the market actually respect the 50%? Maybe, maybe not. But it definitely is better for like the risk to reward, which, like you said, I think was part of the problem with the strategy, even though it did work very well when it was working. And it could very well like work more again. And maybe if I was trading it this whole time, I still would be kind of fine. There definitely would be a handful of days though without many trades. Good trail, 15-minute EMA. Looks like we're already past it on NQ. Fun fact. But on ES, that could be a good target. I think, where is it? Oh yeah, we're like right there as we speak. Oh, wrong chart. But yeah, little bounce there. Could have been a nice TP. We are up like $500, 25 points on a mini. Support resistant levels fail and recovery because people use trail buys at levels. It's true. That is true. Because yeah, a lot of times we do just like sweep a low and then go right back up, which definitely feels kind of bad if that's like where your stop is. Because it's like, shoot. Like this, for example. Obviously, this isn't like a buy. Or where's a better one? Maybe like a sell. But yeah, if you were like short in here somewhere, actually kind of like I was with the EMA strat. But if you have your stop like above these highs here, you get wicked out. Literally top of the wick, stopped out, and then it makes the move down. It does feel kind of bad. But it happens all the time. Sweep the low and then reverse the other way. If you use a trail buy at a level, you'll only get a long if the move bounces somewhere. Yeah, you might need to explain. I might know what you're talking about, but like I just haven't heard the term trail buy very often compared to like a trail stop. Louis John, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. That could be more advanced stuff though, like you're talking about. No one will ever tell you about trail buys. Well, it seems like you're right because like I said, I don't think I've heard of them. Maybe I've seen them, but like the term trail buys definitely not crossed my vocab. It's because it's actually advanced stuff. Okay, okay. But it's basically, you said the opposite. Same thing, opposite direction. Okay, okay. Trying to like think of how that works. So basically, because when you're in profit, you trail your stop with profit. But then trail it by. Yeah, yeah, trail stop gets you out of a move when it reverses ideally. Yeah. I'm like trying to like do it backwards in my head. And like I think on a better day, I'd be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But right now my brain's just like fried. I only got like 6 hours of sleep last night. That's still pretty decent compared to some people, but I'm a little tired, you could say. So instead you use that stop as a short entry. Ah. So like, yeah, yeah. For sure. Full sleep definitely would have had it for sure. I know, it's like trying to use my left hand to brush my teeth. It's like, wait a sec. So if I'm getting this correctly, like on this short, for example, if I trailed my stop, hypothetically, in a little bit of profit, or to like break even, just as like an example, you're saying instead of like getting stopped out, you would like reverse the move. So like I'd like go long somewhere in here or something, technically. Con tuto. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Thank you for the follow. I did Google it and AI is giving me a summary. I don't know if that'll explain it better or not. Not reverse, it's your initial entry. Oh, wait, I think now I get it with the initial entry. Yeah, so instead of taking the trade to begin with, you kind of wait for the trail stop and then you get in. Or maybe my brain might be might be totally fried. It's like you're following someone in a room And you'll only chicken out if people turn around back enough. Okay. I think it's making a little bit more sense. We never wanted to be in the room to begin, and we're waiting for a reason to run out. Interesting. It's like waiting for a reversal bounce, but you're like, only if it bounces 5 points first. If it bounces 5 points up, I'll get in. Interesting. Okay. So kind of just like extra confirmation. But if it never bounces, you're trailing the move down. Yeah, that sounds like some pretty advanced stuff. Even though like it technically is just like the opposite of a trail stop. Trail stop is pretty common. Also, it's relatively simple. You basically just like lock in profits and remove the risk.
Stop filled.
Yeah, it looks like the 15-minute would have been a pretty good target there. If I was on a real account, I might have done it, especially since I was up like $500-ish. But since it was practice, kind of just wanted to let it run to the 30 on the RSI. Yeah, normal trail stop, but the stop is the entry. That might make more sense. I feel like I like do get it, but like I'm not sure if I do, and that's why I'm like second guessing it, because I'm like, wait, is that what he means? I'd almost have to like see it, visualize. That'd definitely help. But I think it makes sense, huh? Because yeah, like on this move up, if you're like in profit, entries here like on a normal move, right? You're in profit, you're trailing your stop to like lock in profits. But if you're like trailing your buy, might be able to set it up. I know it does have like the automatic trade management, ATM orders. Stop strategy. You can do like a custom one. There's like auto break even, auto trail. Yeah, I wonder, you might be able to set up one that trails kind of on its own, because these are kind of like custom stop strategy parameters. But I wonder if you can do like a custom like limit order. You probably can. But if I had like a
Order submitted.
limit order, basically you could have it automatically trail it with like a buffer of like 5-10 points, right?
Order canceled.
Hold up. Shorting just got in. Was short, just got stopped out. The shorts could still be the play though. We'll see. We are kind of getting above the EMAs though on the 5-minute and the 15-minute. This looks long. It kind of looks long, but also we've been a little oversold here, kind of at the top of the range. We've been a little rangy, so could also be a decent short, but this might have been the short here already, potentially. Just click trail stop. Yeah, let me pull this back up. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The 15-minute EMA was holding, so we got some long momentum. When is FOMC announced? So the statement is at 12 o'clock in 2 hours, or 2 p.m. Eastern. And then 12:30 is when the press conference starts. So the market will move quite a bit initially at 12. But then I think it'll move a little bit more at 12:30 because that's when people will start asking questions. Usually when people are asking questions, that's when the market's a little bit more volatile just because like people don't know what to expect. Whereas the statement, people can kind of project and expect a little bit of what's going to happen with the cuts and everything. You think anyone's going to trade that? Oh, 100%. I was going to say TGR is... TJR. I don't know why I said G. TJR is definitely going to full port it. He's funny. I did watch some of his videos when I first started trading, but like, I didn't take him too seriously. He is funny though. But yeah, I know him and a couple other streamers. I don't know if they do it on like evals or practice accounts or what, but they always talk about like, oh, like gonna full port FOMC or CPI or whatever. Let me see the order menu. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not showing up. I think it's because I have like a the what is it called? The display that I have for OBS. It's like a window capture. So it's capturing like the window. Because like when I right click, it doesn't pop up anything, I don't think. Like drag it. Yeah, no, that's not how I have it set up. Because yeah, like I'm right clicking and I can see like alert, status series indicators, do boom, boom, drawing tools. But it doesn't show up on this OBS thing that I have. Because it just captures like the specific window, which sometimes is kind of nice. It's kind of like when you capture like your gaming screen. So I think I might have to do like a... Well, let me just turn this off for a second and verify. This might be it. Alright, you should be able to see most of what's going on now. Because yeah, typically I can right click and I got all these options here, like my indicators, but it never shows up when you guys are watching like on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, you can see it though, because I would set up a little differently. But it's just easier when like I have it set up the way that I do, because that way I can't just like drag anything on screen. But it's kind of nice to be able to do that. Here's my right click for you. So yeah, we got like a lot of fun tools. I'm sure you could definitely make a ninja script for it if it's not like a default option. But yeah, like strategies, that's kind of like there's like some ATM strategies, moving average crossover. I think those are kind of default, but you can definitely like make your own that are pretty cool. Dude, you have no idea what you're doing? I mean, it's just NinjaTrader. I mean, I definitely don't know my way around coding, but dang, where are these haters at? Not gonna borrow the charge ain't for you. I mean, cool. Thank you. Anyways, basically, to do what you're talking about, let me go over here. So this is like my 12.5 point strategy parameters, right? 50 ticks, profit and stop. So basically, let's see. Yeah, you can change like obviously like your stop to whatever you want and target. There's also a stop strategy. I have a couple like that I kind of was toying with before where I kind of trailed my stop. There is some more, so this is where we could have some options. You know what you're talking about, bro? I'm literally just like showing you NinjaTrader stuff. Chill. And if you don't like the stream, you can go find another stream. I'm not like seeing anything that's super like specific though. No name too. Yeah, they never have a name. They're too afraid. They just like to hate. But yeah, here if we do a custom on this, this is where we have auto break even. So if you have your profit trigger and then like, so like we could put the triggers like 10 points, 40 ticks, and then it will put it like 2 ticks into profit, for example, like just above break even. So that's how that would work. And then there's like 1 step, 2 step. I mean, it can be pretty complicated, or you could just have it like pretty basic with like the auto break even. Or yeah, you could just have like a 1 step where it triggers and follows it by 5 points or 10 points. Why let that get in your head? I don't think he's in my head. If it seems like he is, I apologize. But I'm chilling. Just trying to figure out this stop stuff. Simulated stop. Volume trigger. I mean, there's some options here, but I'm not sure if this is kind of what you were thinking it would look like. There could be some other stuff somewhere, but this is where I imagine it would be to set it up. Let's see. Make a new template. How do I get rid of this? Click 1, make a new template. So I'll do like a one step. Save as new template. Shadow strategy. I don't even know what that is. Leo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Bad advice. I haven't even given any advice yet. That's what's funny. But I appreciate your criticism. Target chase. That could be a target chase. And then like the stop strategy. So the initial target would be like, I'll just make it like 100, 100, so it's a little bit more room. Stop limit for stop loss. No. Chase. Wonder if that could be a thing. Yeah, target chase or chase could be a thing, and then you could have like some sort of limit that chases. Oops. We're experimenting, yeah. We'll save that. Experiment. So if I'm on sim.
Order filled.
So this is just a normal trail stop, I think, where it'll trail based on my profit. But
order filled.
I do kind of want to try
Order
like
submitted.
Just putting on like a limit order. Because yeah, will that like trail it? Yeah, let's see if AI has any ideas for like NinjaTrader specifically.
Order submitted.
Because I'm not sure if there's a way to like make the limit order trail. Because I almost think that's what the chase would do.
Order cancel. Order canceled.
So if you go back, like the target chase and TradeAway, you can turn limit orders into trails. They should be able to then for this as well. I don't see why you wouldn't. Unless I remove the stop strategy and then target chase. But the target chase could be like chasing the target, like the TP. I'm not sure like how that would work though, but maybe the chase is a thing. Please enter chase limit. I don't know, 20.
Order.
Oh yeah, this might be it. It was moving down a little bit. You can kind of hear it too. It's kind of a weird sound.
Order submitted.
We'll try putting one down. Okay, yeah, so if I put it down here, it moves up here. So I think that's it. So yeah, it's not a stop strategy, it's the chase. And then you put the chase limit. I put it as 20, which I'm guessing it's 20 points right now. I thought that normally that's ticks, but it looks like it's... Actually, no, it's not 20 points. It's like 10 points. I don't know. They're like cheap app store game sounds. Seriously. What am I looking at while you're trying to enter long and a short? I'm experimenting. You can see I just got like a sim account here. I'm experimenting with these like order types.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
Oh, that's a...
Order canceled.
Let's see.
Order submitted.
It's like kind of working, but like I'm just trying to figure out like the value. Like, is it 20 points? It must be. So if I put it up here at 70, so it should go down to like 50. Okay, then now it's not moving nearly as much. I tried to set for FMC. No. It would be fun to throw on like a demo trade for FOMC. It probably would get a lot of views. But we're kind of experimenting with a trail buy, which you probably... I don't want to make assumptions, but it's something I was unfamiliar with. It's where you put like a limit order and it kind of trails your initial entry. Yeah, let me try that. Like, drop it down to 10. So it might just be like the frequency. So this one might just move like twice as much as this one. So you can kind of put your stop kind of wherever you want. And then it basically just like... I have no idea. I am a user. Thank you for the follow.
Order canceled. Order canceled.
Hold on, let me... Chase limit. It's gotta be like points, yeah. Which is weird because like up here the parameter type is like ticks for like stop loss.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Right, it only moves with the lower low. I guess we'll see if one hits, see what happens. It should just open up like my normal like ATM strategy though with the stop loss and the profit target. So we'll see. Full honesty, I've been stuck at a break-even stage for about a month now, slowly making tiny profits, but break-even. It's a hard stage to be in. It takes I don't know, it's a little hard on the mental because it's like you're kind of good at trading, but you're not making money. I think the last month for me has kind of been kind of similar, so it's tough, but you'll get out of it. I should have done like 10 points instead of 20. But even now, like the peak price is like 31. And it's only trailing to like 19. So that's what I don't quite understand. Oh, it's going to hit the other one.
Order filled.
It'll still trail though, but... Oh, that was the opposite. Yeah, no, that was the...
Order filled.
Because this is the buy that follows as we go up. That was the sell. Oh, buy needs to be above?
Order filled.
Oops.
Order filled.
Alright. Buy is above.
Order submitted.
I wonder if it'll still do it. I'll put it higher so it doesn't get filled. But technically it should just like go down to the trailed amount. But I wonder if that's how this feature works. Because it might... Well, I was just waiting for it to like move, because if I put it too close it might not move before it gets filled. Because yeah, it might only move like...
Order submitted.
It might only move the sell when it's above, or the buy when it's below. This one's just up here, just to see what happens. Because yeah, this one's moving with price. But it looks like the buy is not moving. S1 Eper, thank you for the follow. Click reverse maybe. I'm in this, nice. So let's see. Reverse at target, reverse at stop. Don't sell, bro. Oh no, looks kind of nice right now. But don't worry, I'm just experimenting with some settings. Yes, yeah, I think these are pretty self-explanatory. Just reverse at target, reverse at stop. Chase and reverse at target can't be enabled at the same time. Interesting. What the? Stop the order price cannot be changed to below the market. Weird. Yeah, for some reason it doesn't like it when you put buys below price. It only likes it when you put buys at the highs. Oh wait. Now I'm confused.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
Yeah, no, I don't know what it wants. Because it only trails when I put it below.
Order canceled.
But you're saying the buy should be above. Right, that's a trail buy.
Order.
Yeah, it only seems to trail, at least with the chase feature, when you're at the lows. Can you click limits? Like over here? trying to remember. Because this doesn't, clicking that doesn't do anything, but over here, this basically just changes it from like a market if touched to a limit. So currently this is a limit. But then if I change it
Order submitted.
to market if touched, it looks like it does the same thing with the chase that I've set up. But it's just a limit order versus a market order.
Order submitted.
See, it's weird. Yeah, if I put a...
Order canceled. Order submitted. Order canceled.
So I try putting like a limit buy above. For some reason, it just like changes it. You can see if I go like above or below, it switches from one buy limit to one buy stop limit.
Order submitted.
And I think if it's like a stop, it won't trail.
Order canceled.
What's SLM? I think it's stop limit. Yeah, I don't like that's what doesn't make sense. Is it like almost would stand for like a stop limit market, but that doesn't quite make sense. But it's the same thing as this, I'm pretty sure.
Order canceled.
Like you can see right here on the left, SLM, but then if I go below price, it changes to LMT. Kind of in real time. But you can see here on the right, this is kind of my options. I have a stop limit, or I have a stop market. And those are the only two options for like the stop loss. And then for this, it's limit or market if touched. But I usually just have them as limits. Try stop. So yeah, if I put it
Order
above,
submitted.
it'll change it to a buy stop. I think the only difference is it's whether it's a market or if it's market or limit for the order. Make another.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
So yeah, it seems like there could be a way to change this, but right now it only trails if it's a buy below price or a sell above price.
Order canceled.
Yeah, like this will trail down. This will trail up, but then this one, or I mean this one won't.
Order canceled.
So I might have to do a little more research on that. Unfortunately, there's like no YouTube videos about it. Searched up like the chase feature and everyone just talks about like trailing stops because that's all that really people do. Settings again. Like these ones. Chase if touch. I wonder if that's like once it touches it, then it'll chase it. Target chase. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure how that one would work. What's shadow? I don't know, but it shows up all of my other like ATMs, like 10 point, 12.5, EMA, you know, some of the ones I've set up in the past. So I guess like, I don't know, I guess I could turn off the chase. But I think it just like, it uses like another ATM strategy for something else, but I don't know how that would really work.
Order submitted.
So it probably doesn't do anything since I turned off the chase, but if I get...
Order filled.
You cannot initiate a shadow strategy from a simulated account. Oh, interesting. So whatever a shadow strategy is, I can't do it on a sim account. That's weird.
Order filled.
That's, yeah. Don't know what it does, but I can't practice it, I guess. I do have to go to the bathroom though, so I'm gonna dip out for a sec. Be back a little later. you could probably bootleg it with a reverse stop. Let me try that. Reverse stop. Let's see.
Order submitted.
See, I don't know if you could do it without kind of this setup. Yeah, basically, you can see there's a sell stop alongside my stop loss, which means it'll probably try to reverse
Order
it
submitted.
like that. And then it does like the same thing. The other direction. And that could just set up like a auto trail system. Kind of trail my stop. But I think you have to get in a position for that to work. Yeah, literally, they just added another order there. So that way, like, when it gets hit,
Order submitted.
it just reverses the other way. Stops you out and reverses you. I'm pretty sure the other one would just do the opposite, but like, once you hit target, it reverses. Which I'm sure if you're trading like a really defined range, it's not a bad thing to do, but I don't know.
Order filled. Order submitted.
As far as having the limit order trail, I think the chase feature is kind of
Order canceled.
the only option for that. I wonder what the target chase is.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Because I don't think it's going to affect these too much.
Order submitted.
Oh wait, do I still have the reverse at stop checked? I do.
Order filled. Order filled.
Undo that. Yeah, I turned on the target chase. But so far it's not doing anything. Maybe I need to be like in profit. Before somebody gets stopped out. Yeah, like I wonder if this will do anything, but might need to be like in profit for it to do anything.
Order filled.
What are you saying? Chase, limit the maximum amount that auto chase will adjust your limit order price. So you're saying uncheck that, go back to chase, do the maximum amount. I don't know if there is a maximum. Oops. Okay, so I have 100,000. I don't know if I can. I might be able to do a lot. Oh, that's what it says on the page. For like the target chase. That's how far the chase will chase. Oh, okay. So if I did like 1. Okay, yeah, because it's a chase limit. So if you try like
Order submitted.
a 1.
Order.
So that mean it'll just move 1 time? And then that's it. So before it did 20 and then it was done. That makes sense. So yeah, now my buy and my sell have both moved 1.
Order cancel. Order
We
canceled.
could try that, yeah. So if we have like a really tight, like I don't know, 5 ticks. We'll try 1 and 1. That might be like way too tight. Reverse at stop. The only problem is like when we reverse at stop, it's gonna have like it's gonna do the same strategy. If that makes sense. So it'll also have a tight stop. Unless I think that's where the shadow strategy might come into play. It's if you reverse at stop. And then you would have like a bigger ATM. But yeah, I guess we could do like almost infinite because we just want to chase. Yeah. Oh, I gotta put it like a sell. Or
Order
buy. I'll put a little closer. I did leave the shadow strategy up, so that might not work. But actually it might. Yeah, the clicking sound is hilarious, yeah. You think we'll go to the math rates cut? I don't know. Maybe. Definitely could. How did we not get filled there? I'm too impatient for this. I'm not actually that impatient, but it is kind of funny that we're super tight right now. But yeah, I think the only way this is possible is
order
if...
canceled.
Okay, yeah, so I can't do a shadow strategy. I could be wrong though, but I think the shadow strategy is the only way that this would work. I'll just put it...
Order canceled.
Get rid of it.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submit. Order canceled.
Your TP is 1 point. It's actually 1 tick. So it's very tight. Because that was kind of the idea. Yeah, we could expand it. Maybe we'll do like 2 points. Because yeah, that's the problem. As we do this, right, it trails, which is great. And then eventually we get entered. And it'll reverse when we get...
Order canceled.
Or it'll just get stopped out. Stop tight. TP large. I'll do like 80.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Like that. Yeah, the only problem though is like if you were trying to do like what I think... Oops. think I understood correctly, is when this gets hit, being super tight, more tight, then we reverse.
Order submitted.
But then I just have to like move the stop quick enough. To the end.
Order
Okay.
filled.
So hypothetically, if we're trying to like sell, this is the only way we can trail is if we have a sell or a buy. Sell above, buy below. No, that's ghetto. It is a bit ghetto. Definitely bootleg. But basically the idea,
Order canceled.
like if we can still just pretend that this continues to trail and then we get an entry, maybe not.
Order
I
canceled.
guess we'll do a sell because that, right, so it follows it just
Order
like this.
submitted.
It gets in, and then once it hits this, it reverses. Yes, you can reverse the TP as well. I think that's
Order submitted.
reverse at target. So that reversed it, which I think is kind of what you want. But then yeah, you just have to move this quick enough because if you leave it, it'll have the same stop as the first order, which is like really tight. At that point, you might as well just like, I don't know, do it manually almost, since it's already basically manual. Plus you have to like get rid of this if
Order
you don't want it
canceled.
to reverse another time. Because I think when it reverses at stop, it like reapplies the same ATM strategy, which obviously we don't want. So, but I can check reverse at target as well. Just kidding. Chase and reverse at target can't be enabled at the same time. Never mind. We were wrong, chat.
Stop filled.
Yeah, a little funky. A little funky. Big ghetto. That's gotta be a reef. It's gotta be a way to do it. You can do it on Thinkorswim. Nice. It looks like you can do it, but you probably have to like code your own algo of sorts, which there could be one already out there that someone else made. But actually, I'm sure ChatGPT could code one for me. It already gave me like some code logic that I could use. But yeah, it just had kind of some conditions like if limit price equals current bid, offset ticks, tick size, limit order, modify order. Definitely not like a complicated thing to set up, I don't think. But it does look like if chat is correct, you can't do it with like a default ATM order on Ninja. Some nice long momentum here though. Dang, ATR is kind of low though, down to an 8 on the 1 minute. You got the visuals, do you get it? I think I get it. I mean, yeah, basically just, let's see. I mean, you just got the chase, but instead of buying, you sell. So you kind of have like your trail stop that follows price as it goes up, and then once it pulls back, you enter the sell. Support back above the 1 hour for ES bullish sign with the uptrend. Yeah, no, definitely.
Order canceled.
Like I said, don't want to force anything else today. But yeah, something like this, or even like a 5 minute. Probably pretty solid. But it is probably about that time for me. I was going to play some Battlefield. I had to open the background. I don't know if you guys could hear the music from that. How much do you need to pass the evals? I actually still have a little bit of ways to go on this one. Like 1900. So like almost halfway. How much profit? Right now I've got maximum drawdown, $2,000. So I might actually be trying, I might size up. I kind of like the risk that I've been doing with like, let's go back, only risking like $94 per trade, making like 250 to 400. At least on like this strategy. But I definitely could switch up to 3 contracts, right? And then go up even further, maybe 4. I've been kind of thinking about it. Because I do have maximum drawdown right now, full 2,000. How much are you risking a day? Well, typically I was risking like 500 or more, just because I was trading like with my 250 stop. And if I lost like 2, maybe 3 trades, it's typically done on the day. Well, something like this, I probably could, like 400 or 500 probably is fine on a day. I'd say as long as I'm able to like handle like maybe 2 losses like this and then make a 3rd trade. So I'd kind of need to be able to survive three losses potentially. So if I keep my 3 losses below like 500, I could probably justify that risk, kind of worst case scenario. Which I think if I trade like 4 contracts initially, that'd be risking like 180. What is that? Kind of 180 per trade. So that's just over 500. Yeah, right now my initial is 2, so the risk is 94 with 2 initial. So if I had 4 initial, I'd be risking like 180 per trade. So as far as keeping like my max loss below or around 500, I could probably do 4 initial pretty safely. I think I've technically made enough where I'm definitely more confident in like sizing up. A mini wouldn't be bad. The only problem with a mini is I think I would have lost 460 on this trade, 460 on this trade. Just as an example, obviously I need to do better at like minimizing my losses and avoiding the little chop this morning because we definitely had a little bit of chop. But yeah, taking these 2 losses on minis would have been minus 460, minus 460. So it's like down $900. Now, yeah, to be fair, I would have made back like 1,500 on this trade or something like that. But being down, obviously, almost $1,000 on a 50K account is not ideal. Unless I just trade like 1. That's where I'd have to almost do like 1 trade a day. If I trade a mini. Because I can handle a 460 loss. It would just be hard to justify taking another trade if it's going to be another 460 loss. But obviously, if it's good enough, it might end up being like a $1,500 win. Which is obviously, it is worth the risk if it's a good trade. So I might finish this week out with maybe 3 or 4 initial micros. But I think next week I might go to minis just because next week might be the last week to really trade this month. Because the week after is like the week of like Christmas Eve and Christmas and stuff. Like there might be a couple days like Monday, Tuesday that aren't bad. But I mean Christmas Eve and Christmas and Friday after Christmas, there's not going to be like any trading. There's going to be no volume. And even the week after that's going to be like New Year's. I mean, again, you might be able to get away with like a Monday or Tuesday trade. But as far as this month goes, yeah, I don't need to go all the way to, up all the way to minis. I definitely think I might go up to like 3 or 4 initial. Just asking so we can do a full day of trading to build you a good buffer. It would be nice to get a buffer. The only problem is like to get a buffer, I gotta get above like the drawdown in profit. Which actually I guess I'm not too far away from. Like EMA to chop strat. That would be good if I did want to like grind it out all day. But also I don't have a problem just kind of taking a couple trades and being done on the day. But if I'm going to do that, I could size up a little bit since I won't be taking as many trades. Definitely have to think about it. Because I do want to pass this eval before the monthly recurring fee happens. Which is towards the end of the month for your entertainment. Oh boy. Now I'm just Tech Flu's entertainment for the day. Now that could be good though. It could be good. But yeah. 7 micros. That could be like a little higher on the risk for the initial. I'm trying to think, because I think 1 micro is like what, $46 of risk, times that by 7. Yeah, so that's actually not terrible. Only risking 322 per trade. 2 losses wouldn't be terrible. But obviously getting a win would be pretty nice once I scale in. Because yeah, profit would be like 1,000 or something, depending on the size, or like not the size, but volatility, momentum, ATR. Oh yeah, I got my calculator. I'm doing the math as we speak. Because yeah, the point to initial is 100, just about. Because 1 initial is 23 points, which is typically 460. But on 1 micro, it's 46. So times that by 2, that's where another 92 comes from that we had here, 94, 92. So yeah, we would just take the 46 times 7, so it'd be 322 for initial. And yeah, the TP is harder to calculate because like obviously scaling is a little inconsistent with just like how much you're going to make, like where you scale and like what your TP is based off the ATR and everything. But I think with 2 contracts, the win is typically between 250 around to 350. Yeah. It's probably fair. Around to 350. But yeah, the win is between like 250 to 400, depending on like the target, I think. So like it'd be like kind of 125 to 200 times 7. So like 800 to 1400 for the TP. Which is pretty good. And also, that's probably what I'd have to do, because I was going to say that as well with the... Oh, you're willing to risk 600? I wouldn't mind 600. You see, I would. Kind of. But only if I'm taking like 1 trade a day. Because if I take two losses... Yeah, okay, 600 total. 600 in a day, like worst case, because I definitely want, because I could be more aggressive, obviously. And I actually, last year when I was making the payouts, trading my old strategy, I was pretty aggressive because I was trading minis, and sometimes I was risking like $1,000 on 1 trade. Anyways, it worked, but obviously not the best with the risk and everything. 7 initial, then 3 of the first loses. That's not bad. Kind of size down a little bit if you get the loss. Because yeah, obviously I need to try to avoid this. But it is nice knowing that like if this does happen, right, I can take a 3rd trade to make it back without going over my risk. Because tomorrow, if I catch this trade in the beginning of the day, I'm up $300. Right? Or however much. And then obviously if I have 2 losses, I can make it back within 1 trade. So it is nice being able to do that right now. But obviously the goal would be to avoid these trades and just take this trade. Right, and you're saying scale down. If the first trade's a loss, scale down this one. So this one would be only like negative. Like just for this example, size down to one contract, it'd be only be negative 46 instead of 92. Right, risk would be 3050, then 175, then 175. That's true, because you could still make back a decent amount of your loss, even if you're trading like 3 initial. Because yeah, 3 initial, I think you'd still be, on a good trade, you could still profit like 250 times, wait, no, what's 125 times 3? So even with 3, this would be the low end of the 3 contracts for the profit anyways. So it's actually like definitely not a bad kind of way of looking at it. Because if my first loss was negative 350, and then I take one more trade, worst case I lose 175 like you said. But then I could still maybe take another trade or maybe not. But that'd be like 175 more, 700 like you said total, rounded up. Which isn't terrible. On like a max daily loss. Like that's 3 losses in a row. But yeah, 3 contracts, I think, if my math is correct. Because I think, like I said, I think the profit is between... I'm just like writing this out. I'm not doing this equation, but based on what I've seen so far with one contract, the profit is between 125 to 200 per initial. So like one initial would be this, 2 initial would be 250 to 400. Unless you have like more volatility, you could make even more, obviously, depending on how you manage the TP and everything. But this is just assuming I'm going for TP. But then, let's see. Yeah, 125 times 3 would be 375. So that would make back the loss of the first trade. Kind of on the low end. And then if you got the high end, it would be 200 times maybe like 600. So that's kind of nice. Even with a 3 initial, you can make back a 7 initial loss. Can't trade 3.5 contracts. Yeah, unfortunately you can't. I just have the 350 of 7 contracts. The way I do risk with my strat is a big enough buffer justifies full risk. Yeah. It makes sense. No other trades, good discipline. Yeah, no other trades. I mean, there maybe could have been some buys in here once we got above the EMAs, but relatively the market's not really going anywhere. Again, maybe you could have like tried along here somewhere. But ATR is down below like a 9, which on NQ pretty low. Because one win launches you. Yeah, it definitely does. Then you can scale down after the full risk, full size trade. See, with that like kind of mindset, because I could try pull the calculator back up. We could hypothetically just resize that a little bit. Having profit already helps me make more profit. It's like sports teams playing better with lead than from behind. Facts. Right. Say large size with profit buffers. Scale down if that trade loses. I kind of like that because even if I trade a mini, which again, that's like the pretty big risk, but I'd still only be losing 460 per trade, which is definitely not bad for one loss. And obviously, if you win that, that's like 125 times 10, or like that's like $1,200 to $2,000, depending on like, again, like TP and everything, and like where you scale. So one mini, obviously pretty nice. 460 loss. And then if you lose the first trade, you could go down to 5 micros, which would then be 46, risking 230, plus the initial 460. So that put you basically in the same spot as the 7 and the 3. You could risk 1 mini and then drop down to 5 micros if you lose the first trade. And then you'd still be like, I guess that doesn't give you like a third loss though. But 2 losses would put you to like 690. And then third loss would put you down like, oh, I need to plus it. Wrong equation. So third loss would put you almost down 1,000. But also, that's kind of worst case scenario. And if worst case scenario is down, you know, almost 1,000, it's not terrible if you're being aggressive. Right, the idea is to scale up while keeping the risk proportionate. Exactly. Man, I definitely just got to get it like above the drawdown buffer so I can actually increase my drawdown. Because yeah, until you like get above the $2,000 in drawdown, you can't really build a buffer. Yeah, I might do like three initial, maybe 4 the rest of this week. We'll see how that goes. And then if we're in profit by the end of the week, hopefully some good profit, we could definitely size up to maybe 7 next week. Also, that does remind me though, with funny ticks, at least on the evals, they have the 40% consistency rule, which 40% of 2,500 is 1,000. So I cannot make more than $1,000 in a day. So that's another reason why trading in minis doesn't really make sense, unless I just don't take as high profits with like this strategy. Because I could always like take off my trades early and get like a faster TP. That's fine, just make more money. That's true. Because I guess, yeah, if I was trading a mini and made like 2K in a day, that'd be pretty nice. But then I'd have to make like 5K to pass the eval. Heck no, never early, bad practice. I mean, scale it to 1. Wait. I mean, scale it so 1 good win is below the percent target. Ah, okay. Yeah, yeah. Gotcha. I was like, okay, whatever you say. Not that I was just going to do it, but like I was just kind of like, oh, there you go. But no, yeah, that would definitely be my goal, is trying to make more than the target or the consistency. I mean, it's kind of just pointless because it pushes your target further and further and just makes it harder to pass the eval. It's kind of pointless because it's not like you're making more money. I just eat for the target. Yeah, that's why I kind of assumed you meant that, because I was pretty sure that's what you did. And if you're like on a funded account, it kind of makes sense, like make more money, push the target further, but that's fine because eventually you'll get a payout. But on an eval, it just doesn't make sense to me personally, because you're just pushing the target of getting funded further and further, when the goal would be to get funded as quickly as possible and then start making money on the funded accounts. But once you're funded, if there's like a consistency rule, like I think some prop firms have that, especially on like straight to funded accounts. Like Tradeify still has like a 50% consistency rule once you're funded. And like it kind of makes sense, and I see why it's there. It's why it's a thing. But yeah, the goal is to make money. And if you make too much money, it's fine because it just takes you longer to get a payout, but it doesn't mean you're not going to get a payout. But on eval, it's not like you're getting a payout by making more money. Because it's just like pretend money to get funded. Gotta ignore the time for my strat, because my strat is optimized to make money. Exactly, that's what it's all about, is making money, even if it takes a little longer or what, you know, whatever. Definitely can argue with that. I might argue with the evals though. Like, there's no point in dragging out an eval if you don't have to. But once you're like in the funded stage, making money is all that matters. And obviously if you have a high RR and can make a lot of money, build a buffer, even if that delays your payout, that's still like a good thing for making money overall. Oh, I just maximized my calculator. Nice. $37 until full part city. That's actually facts. Low-key, I normally end the stream by now, but like low-key might have to like stick around. Maybe I'll just like go eat some food, leave the stream up and try and come back quickly. I don't know. It's tempting though to like just full port, you know, 10, 20 contract demo account. Just for the views, you know. TPT has a 5-day minimum. 2 to 3 full-size trades is 2K plus profit. Yeah, so if you're like pretty consistent, you're chilling. 5-day minimum. So you have to trade the 5 days, but you're probably already able to get a payout within like 2 or 3 days or less, even 1 day if you trade all that in 1 day. Full port the demo for the traffic, exactly. Because I've already kind of done that sometimes for like, you know, for a joke. But having FOMC, I could be up like 100K. Oh, you have to trade 5 for eval. Yeah, so that's where it would be like kind of tough on the eval. Because you have to trade the 5 days. But if you end up making too much money, then it's just going to take like... Unless you're consistent, you make 2K profit like all 5 days and you end up... Anyways. Right, once you're over the buffer and funded, no consistency, you're banking. Yeah, that's nice, that's nice. That's the goal right there. Build a buffer. 1K days. We'll get there, we'll get there. But yeah, I think if my math was correct... Oh, there's no history. Dang it. Yeah, I think trading 7 contracts is a good amount for this eval because of the $1,000 consistency limit. So I trade 7 contracts, I'll get just under 1,000, or I can just like get exactly 1,000. I'll be fine. I think at 200. I mean, the high end would be like 1,400. But obviously I could just lock in profits a little sooner or size down to like 6 contracts maybe instead of 7, but that could also be a pretty good range. But that's also assuming volatility stays like the same for like the profit targets, which I think more or less they will. The 15-minute ATR is pretty consistently between like 20 to 34 points, maybe like 25. I optimize it for 25K TBT account. That's right. See, how much risk do you have on those again? It's like... Oh, it's 750 for the percent rule on TPT. 25K. 1,500 total. I think, yeah, it's like 1,500 target, 1,500 stop. Yeah, profit target's 1,500, drawdown's 1,500, and then it has a consistency rule, 50%, so you can't make more than 750 a day. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, yeah. That's a pretty good ratio, like the 1-to-1, that's nice. That is better than a lot of other accounts. Typically, they don't have like the same drawdown and target. Right, the drawdown stops sooner once you're up 1500. Right, so you're able to make more money quicker, build the buffer quicker once you're funded. It's quite nice, can't lie. I might have to get one. Yeah, that's the only like technical drawdown is the intraday drawdown once you're funded. Definitely not everyone's favorite. It definitely can be an issue, but it's not the end of the world. Again, when I was getting payouts on the old strat and everything, I was on Apex, which has intraday. And it did kind of force me to like lock in profits. That might have been another reason why my RR was a little skewed, is because I was just kind of trailing to kind of make sure I didn't lose more than like $500 of like drawdown. But yeah. Still got payouts. Intraday is not the end of the world. So you gotta scale down, then back up over the buffer. Okay, that makes sense. Full size the first trade, then scale down. There you go. Low key though, like if I had like more money, just like throw it at evals. That's probably what I do. Is just like full size it, hit like a super good trade, and then just like, you know, scale down a little bit and play a little slower. Because if I blow the account, I can just get a new one. But I don't quite want to throw money at the wall like that just yet. That's what I did after I got payouts on Apex. I just was like, oh, I'll buy another eval. Full size it. Blow it in a day. I did pass some in a day though too, so pros and cons. It is nice how Apex you can pass in a day, but I think it definitely is like where they make a lot of their money because everyone thinks they can do it and then they blow up lots of accounts throughout the day and keep buying more. Wait, waiting for FMC? I'm kind of thinking about it. Everyone's hyping it up a lot. Could throw on a little trade. When I say little, I mean full port. Mainly trying to hit 1K daily consistently and quit for the day. That was my goal. That's a pretty good goal. Especially like consistently. That's some good money right there. Especially on TPT, because you can like, once you build like a little bit of buffer, you can just start like taking payouts daily. Or like take like a 500 payout daily, let the other 500 build the buffer more. It was easy, too good to be true. Oh yeah, definitely sounds like that. It's so simple. All you do is make $1,000 a day and it's easy. Never quite that easy. But sometimes easier than you think. Right, it literally is like that simple if you do it correctly. But I think my easy to hard scale is busted just because of who I am and my intelligence. Like, I'm surprised Brandon didn't pass his ish and isn't making 1K daily yet. Yeah, it definitely, whether it's intelligence or just like learning something new. Obviously, once you have something learned, you know, you look back and it's like, dang, how can this not just make perfect sense, you know? But at the same time, sounds like he's still figuring it out. I'm still getting like one good trade a day. And maybe I could be trying to get more. But yeah, I still stuck with a couple losses here and there. Curse of knowledge. Yeah, curse of knowledge, or maybe it is just a little bit of like intelligence where you are able to like, you know, pick things up quicker and it makes sense a little quicker. Because everyone has a different kind of rate of learning. But also might just be like knowledge in general. Yeah, exactly. Losses, not the end of the world. A couple losses here and there. Especially keep them low. Like, this is definitely like a reasonable, it's a pretty reasonable amount of risk because I can still make like, you know, 300, 400-ish a day, which is like a good amount on a 50K. If I'm like trying to take things slow and pass in like 2 weeks, maybe a month. But I probably could be a little more aggressive on the eval. If I was funded, I think this is like a good, maybe 3 initial. Might not be terrible. Make a little bit more money, but a month to pass, I'd go insane. Yeah, it can be slow. 2 weeks is definitely like the goal for some like of these evals. Because I mean, in theory, if you're making, yeah, 2 weeks max, exactly. If you're making like $200 to $400 a day on average on a 50K, after 10 trading days, you should be up $2,000 to $4,000, which is usually enough to pass an eval or get a payout. So yeah, even trading 2 initial micros with these kinds of wins, I could probably pass in 2 weeks if I was consistent enough. But obviously, I have some days like today where I'm only up 100. Anyways. And that's where I could size up to 3 and I could kind of get a better average out for the eval. Guarantee a 2 week kind of pass. Yeah, that's kind of my goal, is to pass. We still have, shit, I guess this week's almost over already. We still have tomorrow and Friday, which we could get some good wins, hopefully. But yeah, that's kind of my goal, is within this week and next week to kind of pass this eval before Christmas. So we'll see how that goes. You're going to be buying more, sacrificing account to the EMA strat. I kind of am with this. I'm keeping the size kind of low, but it's also kind of realistic. But I definitely could size up and kind of sacrifice it a little more to make sure I pass. And like I said, next week, I might have to size up to 7 contracts or however much, because that might, again, kind of commit and sacrifice this account to the EMA strat. But also, if I don't pass next week, it's going to be hard to probably pass before the end of the year. Just sacrifice 1. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm feeling. I've kind of been doing that, but just small size. But yeah, definitely kind of liking the idea of scaling up just a little bit. Kind of go all in. Let it do its thing. No, not a little bit, a lot. I like where your head's at. I like the enthusiasm. I probably need a little bit more, to be honest. Give in to the EMA. I kind of am. That's the thing. It's kind of nice, like I said, with like the risk and the reward and everything. And the trades seem to be doing pretty well. Just looking at this account. See, I took a couple trades on last week and then a couple this week. No trades on Monday. Yesterday I took 2 losses and then a win that made all of the losses back, which was nice. Kind of like today, but today I ended up in a little bit of profit. Let's see. Yeah, I'm at like a 71% win rate on this account. Last week caught like a nice like $400 win on this account. Last Wednesday. So I'm doing pretty well. Give in to the EMA. Oh. I'm gonna cook with that win rate and run up a bag. Seriously. That's the goal. 3 days, full tilt one account. It's tempting. If Funding Ticks still had their 50% off, I might be very tempted. Get one of their cheaper accounts for like $50. Or like, I think it's like 40 something. Why are we gonna be 30%? Jeez. Still though, with this kind of RR, 30% win rate, I'd probably still be at least break even. Maybe even profitable by a little bit. Shark FX Trading. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Are you planning to pass all? Like pass the eval? Well, that would be the plan. Otherwise, that would be kind of silly to buy an eval and not plan to pass. Oh, 3 accounts, I can pass all. That's true. I'll probably figure it out. I might copy trade. Or maybe so that's where like I probably would like That's a good question. Yeah, that'd be kind of more like going all in, kind of copy trade them. Because I was gonna say like, yeah, I'd probably stick like it's like, oh yeah, like I just make sure I trade like some of my flags and stuff on the other accounts. And then trade this on this account, obviously, but we talked about like juggling and stuff, and obviously don't want to juggle too much. I think some of them are close-ish, but 150 a day losses, probably won't pass all of them doing that. That depends. I mean, if it's a good 2 weeks or even 1 week, that's probably all I need. But if it's like slow, could be longer. But like 1 good week would definitely do it. So yeah, I'll have to be kind of thinking about how to manage that. Yeah, I might just end up copy trading, even though that does kind of size up the risk. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to find like a good entry, or even like the EMA strat, because it's like, obviously in theory it's like, oh okay, I like take a couple trades, but then to try and take more trades on this strategy, kind of hard to do on another account. The flags though, it's a little easier to be like, okay, I take a couple flags on one account and then I switch to another account, take some more. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit tight, so I definitely might have to go all in on at least one of them, like you're saying. See, one of them I have until the 19th, and then the rest are the 31st of December. That's why I was kind of planning on trying to pass them all within the next 2 weeks. The 19th. Yeah, that one's... We'll see what happens with that account. It hasn't been the best. It's in a little bit of drawdown, not a lot. It's still passable. But I've kind of haven't taken as many trades on that one just because, like, it's in a bit of drawdown. But that's one I probably just need to, like, either really slow grind and build it back up, or I might just full port. Or not full port, but, you know, sacrifice a little bit to try and pass. But yeah, more time on the other ones. One of the accounts I've been taking my normal, or like the one trade on the TikTok, sacrifice that one to the EMA. Facts. Might just have to, or probably will. It has like 1,000 left. So not like a ton. It's not like a ton, but it's enough that, like, you can't size up too much. But, like, it could still work with the EMA. You just maybe take, like, you might be able to do, like, yeah, like the 7 contracts still. And then, like, this guy's size down if you lose the first trade type of thing. That's true. It is kind of designed for around 1,000, 1,500 on the 25Ks. But no, yeah, I had another account that I was trading like the 5-minute strat, like the one on the TikTok, the inverse fair value gap thing. I was trying to take those here and there because they seem to be working. I just haven't taken those in the last couple of weeks though, because there just hasn't been any like good setups because the 5 minutes been so like kind of choppy and wicky. There's just like no good gaps or like setups. At least during like the prime market time anyways. So that's another reason why I'm falling behind a little bit. For initial. Yeah, we could make that happen. Predictions for FOMC. It's a good question. I do not have any predictions. But a lot of people have said that it's going to go to the moon, so might just happen. Might have to throw in 10 contracts. Yeah, NQ is definitely bear market right now. Well, kind of just choppy, but I'd say overall bearish, especially looking at like the 15-minute. Dang, I still might need to go eat some lunch though, but we only got like 6 minutes till FOMC, then 30 more minutes until the press conference.
Order filled.
I might have to do it. Let's see. I have a plan. Long or short, this is a long. This is just the demo long though. Don't trade this. FOMC's in 5 minutes. So this is going to be either really cool or really bad.
Order filled.
Trade 4 initial on the 19th account, then 7 initial at 1500 drawdown. Okay, so yeah, once you make back. So yeah, I could, with 4 initial, pretty easily make like 500, I think. If my math's correct. So one good trade, then size up to 7. Get back out of the drawdown. Definitely doable. Just got to catch some good trades, that's all. All right, 4 minutes. We'll see what happens right at the top of the hour. Could be cool, could be not. And then I might go eat some lunch. We'll see. But I might leave the stream up just so see what this trade does. For fun, for kicks and giggles, as they say. Because I think, yeah, 12:30, it might be a bit more crazy. My mouse is going to die, though, so I've got to, like, plug that in. It's a little annoying. For on the 19th account tomorrow? I think so. Also, I might do that with, like, this account as well. Because this one doesn't have any drawdown. I might switch it up to 3 or 4 tomorrow as well. And then, like I said, next week do 7 or more. Maybe just 7. Or maybe I'll just do 7 tomorrow on this one. Already, since I have the drawdown. But I don't necessarily want to, like, sacrifice it, but I do like the idea of sizing up a bit. So I might do like 4 on both and then just be more aggressive with the one that I'm going to sacrifice. Because I don't have to pass this account by the 19th, the one that I made money on today. But I still would kind of like to, just because of Christmas and everything. And then we'll see if we can have a good start to the new year. Because I probably won't trade much, like I said, the Christmas Eve, Christmas, and then even like the next week with like New Year's, I probably won't trade much until like after New Year's. Same with like streaming, but we'll see. I might change my mind if I get bored. But I'll probably have some family in town and stuff, so I'll probably be doing stuff with them. But yeah, we gonna get some bread. All right, 30 seconds. 30 seconds till FOMC. 45 days should be up a good amount. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because that's like, I mean, obviously, like if you catch a couple of good wins in a row, you'll be up well over 1,000 within the 45 days of trading. But also, even just trading how I've been trading on this other account. Oh, here's FOMC. But even just trading like the 2 initial that I've been doing the last like week, I'm still up like $600 in the last week. Could be a lot more, obviously. But didn't trade Monday. Yesterday was break-even day. Today was kind of break-even, a little bit of profit. Is this on a real account? No. Unfortunately. But here's the power of FOMC for you. Full port, baby. $10 contracts long. We're up 20K. This is crazy. It should have been on a real account. What was I thinking? This is why prop firms have rules against like going opposite positions. Because you could have one account go long, one go short. You have 20K in one account. And then just blow the other one. Dude, I accidentally went past my consistency, but also past my profit goal on funny ticks. I don't know what to do now. Shoot. I don't know exactly what to do. Yeah, you could just kind of hedge with ES. That could be a strategy, since ES usually does the same thing as NQ. But I think they might still count that as like opposite positions. But yeah, if you buy and sell a bunch, you'll lose money on commissions. I think here I can show that. I think somewhere. One sec. So I switched to this account. Basically, if I just like buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, you'll lose money on spread and commissions. Like if I just go like this back and forth.
Order filled. Order filled.
Why is it not showing my executions? Okay, it's not. Oh wait, they are there. They're just lagging. That's funny. So you can see on these trades, basically every single one I lost. Obviously, I had 10 contracts selected. But you're basically gonna lose money on that. But probably be how do you know how much you're gonna lose? You don't really know. You kind of just do it until you lose as much as you need. I think so. Like I don't know if prop firms have rules against that, but I'll do it again a little slower. Actually, this is kind of in the way. I'm going to switch to micros. But yeah, basically just keep track of your P&L. But yeah, if I just like buy and sell.
Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled.
You can see like some of these trades, I like made $1, $4. Obviously the market's moving kind of quick because of FOMC. But if you look at your P&L, because of commissions, you're probably like losing money out these trades. And the faster you do it, the less likely you are to make money. But just like keep track of your P&L. But yeah, some prop firms have problems with that. They call it, high frequency trading. Like if you take too many trades within like 10 seconds, they might flag you on that. And that could be a problem. So it might not be worth it. But that is one way to like lose money. But you might want to confirm that that's not going to like get you banned. Because that'd be pretty tragic if it did. You could try and lose a bunch of one trade. The only problem is, like, as ironic as it is, it's just as hard to lose money as it is to make money. So, I mean, if you have a really good setup, you could just do the opposite, and in theory, you'll lose. But there's always a chance of that trade being a winning, you know, a losing, in quotations, losing trade. I'm sniping opposite A+ position. Good luck. It might, honestly, like, it might work. But also, like, sometimes you lose a trade, so sometimes you might accidentally win a trade. I think there's a streamer who did that once. I remember, like, hearing about it, or maybe I saw it live, I can't remember. But he was, like, in too much profit, so he tried to lose a trade and ended up making even more money. I think he ended the day up like 5K when he was trying to, like, lose money because he was up like 2K and he needed to, like, go back down. He ended up making, like, way too much money because he just kept winning. It was so funny. Full port gold. Honestly, at some point you'll be down. That's true. That's actually not a bad strategy either, is if you full port. Again, don't do this based on what I'm saying. I'm just kind of being hypothetical here. But if you full port like I'm doing right now, you either make more money, which is kind of cool, or you quickly lose money and then you can just, like, close it as soon as you hit your level. You know how I would check how much I have to lose? If you're on NinjaTrader like I am, then there's the what do you call it? The workspace? No, there's, like, the main kind of window, right? That has, like, the tools, workspace, connections, all that stuff. Under accounts, there's a column you can have selected called trailing max drawdown. And that'll show you, like, the max drawdown that you have. But as far as, like, I guess you're probably wondering, though, like, how much you'd have to lose to be under the consistency. And you probably just have to pull out a calculator. Pull it out and do the math, I think. I don't think there's a way to really figure that out right away.
Order filled.
Yeah, I usually just, like, do the math beforehand so I can kind of keep track. If you're trading the 50K account and you're following the 40% consistency rule, then 0.4 times 2,500 for the target is 1,000. So if you're above $1,000 in profit in one day, just try and make sure you're below that and you should be fine. Or you just gotta, like, make a little bit more money and you'll still pass. Like, not the end of the world, you just have to go farther than your initial target, which is a little annoying, but it's not the end of the world. What a perfect long, though. Look at it go up and to the right. Beautiful. Beautiful full pour on FOMC. I guess it wasn't technically a full pour. I could have gone like 30 contracts or maybe 100. Just kidding. Hard to tell because the days are so weird on Funny Ticks. I feel like there's more trading days than I did. Interesting. I mean, every day should just count as one trading day if you make a trade. But if you trade in the afternoon, it counts as the next day. So that could be why you're a little confused. Because technically the next trading day starts at 6 p.m. Eastern, I believe. Or it might be like 5 p.m. for futures. So if you trade in the afternoon or the evening, it still counts for tomorrow. Like tomorrow's trading day. So if you trade in the morning and the afternoon, that would count as 2 days. But then if you trade the next morning, it still counts just as 2 days. So if you like traded like morning and night, and then that could be why you're a little confused maybe. I don't know. That's just my guess. But that's pretty awesome. You got your profit target, even though you went past it. It means you're a good trader. It just means you have to follow dumb profit rules to actually get funded, which is kind of annoying, but at least you know what you're doing. It's a good issue to have, making too much money. Well, I guess at this point, I might as well stick around till 12:30 to see if it goes up even more.
Order filled.
Guess I'll play one game of Battlefield, let FOMC do its thing, and then I'll dip. I suppose. For the views. This is demo, unfortunately. But it's still a really good trade. Got the bottom of FOMC, so... cannot complain about that. 9th payout landed this last night, twin. Heck yeah. Nice work. Back to a slight little 735. Don't want to trade anymore. No, I wouldn't if I were you. Yeah, if you're in the money, lock it in. Don't give it back. D3 haters here. Oh shit, he's a D3. Not even D1, but D3. I put together all my daily P&Ls and it says 1730, so I'm assuming I have to lose, in my case, 900. My sense is weird on this gunner thing. I don't know what my driver's doing either. We have a tank. We're screwed. What are we doing? Oh, they got in here too. Nice. I don't know if I can shoot him. But we're gonna blow up. Yup. Your dashboard on Funny Tick should just tell you how much profit you have. You shouldn't have to add up all your P&L days. Oh yes. 251. First shot of the day. The consistency rule also only applies to like how much you make in a single day. If that makes sense. So unless you made like all 1700 in one day, you probably are fine. Also, it depends on what account size you have. If you let me know, I could probably more accurately help you. Oh, never mind, he's here. Oh yeah, he's here. Oh, that one felt good. There it is. Oh, shoot. I was negative 780, then next day I made... Oh, so he made 1800 in a day. The next 2 days I was down 950 total, then I'm made 1600. My account is 50. Okay. So you're in a unique position here because yeah, you losing money won't help you. So it's good. Hopefully we can clarify that before you try and lose money. But yeah, losing money I don't think will help your situation. Because once you finish a day in profit, that's when the consistency rule gets broken. So if you made a bunch of money in one day, you could try and lose some of the money so that you still are not above the consistency. But if you already made like $1,800 in one day, even if you're like in the negative, I'm pretty sure the consistency rule gets affected. So basically, if you made a max of 1,800 in one day, that means you have to get 4,500 in profit to pass the account. I think you might need to like maybe send them an email just to verify and see what they say. They definitely would know better than me, or maybe their website. This guy revived me, but this is a very bad spot to be alive in. Yeah, making more money is always the move. Did you full port news? I did. But yeah, basically your highest winning day can't be more than 40% of your max balance. It says you're $70 on the consistency rule. Or I'm guessing you meant 70%. So basically, you kind of have to do the math yourself with a calculator. Or basically, it will tell you. It just won't tell you like right now, but it'll tell you like as you do it. Right, so if it's 70%, basically you just need to make enough money to where that says 40% again. Does that make sense? Or that you're under 40% is what I meant. So you have to be above the profit goal or the profit target and have the percent be under 40. So normally the profit target would be 2,500. And then you would look and be like, okay, I'm under 40%, I'm good. But if you get above 2,500 and you're still not below 40%, you just have to make more money. So in your case, you might have to make like 3,000 or 4,000 before you're below 40%. And like I said, you could email them just to, or like ask a question on their Discord maybe to verify. But I'm pretty sure it's like the end of day P&L. So like, kind of like you said, because you made 1,800 in one day, that's now going to affect it. I think he's up 1,700. He said in the chat earlier, yeah, so he was negative 780. And then the next day he made 1,800. And then next 2 days he was down 950 total. Then I made 1,600. Or something That's what he had in the chat. Oh wow, that guy just nailed me with the RPG. That's actually kind of impressive. Yeah, he might be able to clarify, but it sounds like he's in a bit of profit. Oh, sorry. In a bit of profit. But I think either today or the last couple of days he made like 1,800 or 1,600 in one day. Which, it's not the best for the consistency rule. I'm so confused. It is a little complicated. So consistency score is 70%. It's not... let's see, I might need to like pull up the dashboard so I can kind of try and show you. I'll just tell you what mine is. I think I have it up. So right now, let's see where it is. Actually, I'm not even seeing it on the dashboard. Target. Oh, here it is. Okay, so right now my consistency score. Okay, yeah. So it kind of tells you. It's a little confusing, but it says max daily profit so far. It should tell you what your max daily profit is, and then it says max allowed consistency 40%. So you want to be below 40%. For example, right now, mine is 60% because my max daily profit so far is 388 on this account. So basically, once I get up to 2,500 or more, it's going to be a lot less than 60% because 388, right? It's going to be a lot less than 40%. But of my current profit in my account, it is 60% of that, if that makes sense. So it'll tell you your max daily profit, and then the max allowed consistency is 40%. So if you take your max daily profit so far and divide that by 0.4, that'll tell you how much you have to make to get your consistency below 40%. Does that make sense? Oh, that should have hit. Oh, he's trying to rocket me. What the? Didn't know you could cut the chute. So I have to make 4,500? Yes. I think so. I think that's how it works, because basically they want you to be consistent. So if you have a $1,800 day, they kind of think like, oh, so you should be able to do that again. And if you're making $1,800 in a day, it obviously won't take you too long to get 4,500. But yeah, that's where the consistency rule is a little tough. If you like make too much money. Is that guy? Can I not shoot that guy? He might be behind the tank. Yeah, you are kind of cooked. I didn't want to say it, but you kind of are. And losing money won't help you, like I said, because that day is already over. I think, unless that was today. If that was today and you're up $1,800 today, if you lose money before today's over, you'll fix it. But if that was like a couple days ago, you might be kind of cooked, unfortunately. All right, well, it is 12:30. Press conference should be going on. See if the volatility picks up again. Maybe not.
Machine gun in sight.
Stealing all my kills. So yeah, a good rule of thumb. So it's maybe do some like verification puzzle. I don't even know. Anyways, a good rule of thumb to kind of stick with. Yeah, so now you kind of have a new consistency rule basically. So yeah, every day you can make only 40% of 4,500. That's like the max you can make in a single day. So you can make 1,800 again, but try not to make more than that. Because if you make like 2,000 in a day, then you'll have to make even more money to pass the account. Because if you make $2,000 in a day, all of a sudden, now you have to get even more. And that's kind of a good rule of thumb to do in like the first place. Is you want to take your 2,500 and divide that by 0.4. Like put in the chat. Because that's like the profit target on the 25 or the 50K account. And most 50K accounts is 3,000. But basically you take your profit target, divide it by your consistency percent, max consistency. And that's how much you can make in a day max. And then you know. So yeah, on the 50K account, if you were to get like a brand new one, the max you can make is $1,000. So I try not to make more than $1,000 in a day. So hopefully that helps in the future. I'm sorry you did not understand that going into it. Again, if you send an email to Funny Ticks, they might. I definitely wouldn't count on getting too much help from them. But maybe they'll kind of help you out. So you don't have to make 4,500. But you might be kind of stuck with that. I'm so fried. But I'm go take some trades. I'll check in tomorrow when my account is gone. What do you mean gone? Is tomorrow like the last day of the month for you? Okay, that guy's so low. Someone better kill him. No, I still playing time with 4500. Yeah, it's not. There's an RPG out. I don't like that. It's definitely not ideal. I'm missing my snipes right now. I wasn't messed up past anyways. Hey, you never know. If you can get another $1,800 day, it might not take too long to get 4,500. Because 40% is almost half, right? So like, you only need like 2 days of 1,800 and you're almost there. So that's like the tough part is like, obviously my advice, don't go above the consistency rule in the first place. But if you do, that just means you can make more money the rest of the days. $1,800 in my average day. Hello, that was my best. Well, maybe you'll hit another best. I don't know. Hopefully you can. That's the only tough part about prop firms. Because they kind of have to have rules like this in place so people don't just gamble and make like a lot of money in one day. But at the same time, it makes it kind of tough. Because if you were trading your own money, you'd be chilling right now in profit. But instead, you're kind of in a rough spot because of the consistency. Come on, one more snipe. This guy. He's moving too much. But yeah, you still have a chance to pass. Definitely not out of it yet. But definitely going forward, yeah, make sure you don't go over that consistency rule. You might just need to trade like a little bigger to get some bigger winning days. Kind of thought FOMC would be a little more exciting. I mean, it's not bad, but we're only up like 100 points. I guess that's still a pretty impressive day, you could say. Starting to come back now. I'm probably gonna go eat some lunch. I'm way past my lunchtime. This was fun.
Order filled.
Oh yeah, here comes the dumpers. Jeez. Oh, we'll close that. Still call it a little win. And yeah, thanks for tuning in as always. Appreciate all the new followers, new subscribers, all the fun stuff. If you haven't checked out my YouTube, I'm live on YouTube as well. Would appreciate all the support there. As well as check out Funny Ticks. They're pretty cool. Use my code, get a nice discount, support the channel. Appreciate it. But yeah, I'm gonna head out, go eat some lunch, but I'll be back tomorrow. Hope to see you guys there. Next time. Have a good rest of your day. Peace out.
Order filled.